Alrighty, there we go. There we go. Gonna do a little stretch. Oh, that's cool. Alright, and let's get it going. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're getting through the week okay. Staying rested, staying hydrated. Better be. Hello, Standing. I am having a good Thursday. You know what? I am. I actually am. Which is a weird feeling. Thursdays are normally kind of the very hit and miss day for me, but it's going well. I hope you're having a good one as well. Well, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to decide because we're coming right down to the end of it for the year, but you know what? I like the black. It's very elegant. Yes, I hope you are doing well. I hope all the lurkers and the VOD watchers are also doing well. Thank you for your support. Yeah, it's been a pretty good day. I did have to get up a little bit early. I had the dentist appointment. Just a usual checkup sort of thing, and they said everything looked good, so no big issues there or anything. It didn't actually take that long. I thought I might be late getting into work. I did not take the day off. I was definitely thinking about it, but I decided to just roll with it, and thankfully it was an okay day. It was not very stressful or anything. Yeah, honestly, it went pretty well. Even if I could report, it's not really a lot to say. Like, it was just kind of a pretty chill day. That Indian place that I went to on Sunday, I finished the leftovers tonight. I had leftovers Tuesday night and I had leftovers tonight. It's like, that was a ton of food. Good place, I'm gonna have to go back. I did get the art posted up. I was a little delayed on that. Things were just a little bit crazy yesterday. I didn't really have a chance to. I was not a huge fan of Indian food for a long time, and then I started finding like a few cases where I was like, oh no, wait, hang on, I like this, and yeah, it kind of snowballed from there. I'm much more of a fan of it now than I was before. Though I'm basic, I think like butter chicken and adjacent dishes are still kind of my favorites, but what can I say? I like what I like, and I'm not gonna apologize for that. Naan, on the other hand, oh, I could eat so much naan. I do actually eat a lot of naan. I get naan from the grocery store and have it for lunch. Get some cheese, get some nuts and fruit to go with it. It's like, oh. I was thinking about this the other day. If I had to give up rice or bread, I would probably give up rice. Like, I love rice. It's really good. I love so many rice dishes, but there's so many like different breads and things that you can do with bread. To not be able to have any of it is just like, no, it's not an option for me. I'm sure someone's gonna be like, oh, Kaiga hates rice. That's not what I said. I explicitly said the opposite. But yeah, that was good. So, Star Citizen did drop 4.6 yesterday. A lot of us were just sort of like watching the announcement feed for when the patch finally dropped. And I was watching Space Tomato jump in for a little bit because they also released the Hermes, which is a very pretty ship. I really like it. I will probably pick one up in-game once it becomes available. You know, it's sort of in that early phase where like it is clear development, it is in the game, and they didn't do any concept sale for this one. So it's a lot like what Elite does, where they release the ship, and you can buy it for money, but you won't be able to buy it in-game for something like 3 months. That's usually what they've sort of held to for, up to this point. So I feel like they have. I feel like they're getting more focused, which is really good. I think a lot of what they've sort of... I feel like if you really broke it down, there are sort of at least 3 phases that the game's development has gone through, right? There was the very early phase, where I think they were largely sort of aiming towards what the original Kickstarter envisioned, right? Which was basically Freelancer 2 online. And then around like 2016 to 2017 is when the major scope creep happened. And I would say that was sort of phase 2, was them sort of pivoting to that idea and going, okay, now we just need to kind of put feelers out in every direction and figure out how we're going to make this work, if it can work. I think that was a lot of the feeling of when the game just kind of stalled out. Because it's like, where's the game? We don't know yet. We are trying to understand how we are going to make this game that we have said we are going to make. And I would say, not even 2023, I would say like 24 is when they really started to land a lot of those questions, right? They started to get Vulkan into the game. They figured out server meshing. They figured out better persistence. They figured out physicalized cargo. And since then, I feel like, all of the various forces have started to align much better. And it feels like things are happening at a faster pace. There is a lot of account holding, I would say, the community still does. Some of it is unwarranted harshness, obviously, but, even from the responsible content creators, I think there is a lot of, considering what are the developers doing? Is it well handled? Are there, because they still make bad moves. There was the whole drama with the flight blades last year. That was a bad move, and everyone agreed it was a bad move. I will get to that point in a second, because it absolutely is. You're absolutely right, but there's more to go into with that. So it is important to hold the devs to account for the decisions that they make and the stuff that they try to do, and to make sure that the things that they have said they were going to do, they are still aiming to do, with the obvious caveat of, well, maybe some of it, it turns out, isn't actually possible, so this is what we have to do instead. But the game does not explode every time I try and play it. I still, on rare occasions, will have some of those older bugs like falling through planets and whatnot, but my ship doesn't randomly explode anymore. I've had instances where objects would like clip into each other, like a vehicle would go through a ramp or a box would go through a wall, and now instead of the ship explodes, it just goes through the wall. So the improvements are there, right? The game is far less frustrating to play than it was before. So it is improved. There's still a lot to do, but anyone that says it is not better than it was 2 years ago is lying. I do think they set themselves up with all the promises they made early on. One, short answer, 100%, right? I've said before, Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen kind of have an interesting opposite trajectory of each other. that Elite Dangerous in their initial Kickstarter proposal was much bigger in scope. They mentioned big game hunting. I think there was more of an idea for atmospheric planets that you could explore, which, to be fair, I think in Elite 2, there were planets that you could land on in one of the old Elite games, and from the, just sort of general coloring of the not ground, I think it's reasonable to say it was atmospheric. Not that it was nearly as complicated then as it is now. But they really wanted a very involved, very complex game. And they scaled that back, right? The Elite that actually launched as 1.0 was significantly diminished to what they had wanted to do. Positive side is that they actually released the game, where Star Citizen has been in development for over a decade. I saw a video about a real-life rocket launch last week where the satellite fell off during flight. That's rough, buddy. The satellite was just like, actually, I want to go home. And just decided to no. Oh, that sucks. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. Still on the road to recovery, I hope. I do think, so there's two things that I think happen a lot, and I think Star Citizen suffered from both of them. Which is the Kickstarter over-promising, right? That you have to, alright, half is good, half is better than none, that's trending positive. Now let's just see if we can work up the other 50%. But I'm glad to hear it. I'll be here all week. What was I saying? Right, so, yay, golf claps. So, it's very interesting. I wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, it's fine, or it's better one way or the other. But, with, sort of traditional game development, game pitching, you go to an investor, you go to the publisher, and you say, here's the game that we want to make. And, if the money people are worth their salt, they will have questions about feasibility and actionables and timelines, right? They will hold you to an account of like, you want us to give you potentially millions of dollars. We want to know where those millions are gonna go. And this doesn't always happen. And then you get, shit, what was that game called? The shitty BioWare Iron Man game. Not Concord. I mean, I guess it kind of happened to Concord too. Anthem. Where it seemed like the people that were higher up were just so enthralled by the idea that they weren't really checking in. But with Kickstarter, you are going out to the untrained masses. Yeah, 07 Anthem. I would say there was an idea. I'm not sure there was, actually. So, and this is not, a necessarily a knock against the casual gaming audience, because no one really expects consumers to be trained in the practices of business. Jumped for a bit and then fell off a cliff. You know what would have been really good to do with something that's fun for just like a little while, make a single player campaign and just sell that. Why does nobody say these things? How long have I just been sitting on a black fucking screen? Oh, that's what you were saying with disappear. I was interpreting all the things that you were saying as responses to what I was saying. No, if it were a complete loss of signal, you wouldn't have heard me talking. God. You know what? It's streamer stuff. It's fine. It's part of the program. It's what you guys are here for. It's content. Fine. It's fine. Maybe it'll show up in a clip compilation. No, it wasn't. Anyway. the majority of Kickstarter projects don't reach their targets, and then some do, right? They make it over the threshold by a bit. And then some, like Star Citizen, rocket past it, right? I don't think you... Oh. Probably because there's no audio channel on that other one. Okay. Where did we leave off then? Because apparently I've just been talking to myself in like 5 minutes, which admittedly I'm usually just talking to myself. Okay. Let me backtrack a little bit. So, most Kickstarter projects don't reach their funding target, right? Whatever they are using it for, they, you know, it's an all or nothing thing. If you don't reach whatever threshold you set when you start the campaign, you know, say you ask for $20,000 and you get to 19.5 thousand, you don't get anything. Everyone's pledges gets refunded. Right, yes, okay. I get where we're at. So, you know, with how a lot of indie stuff works, I think it's a fair bet to say that most projects don't reach their threshold either by a narrow margin or a huge margin or whatever, and that's kind of the end of the discussion, right? Yeah, I think there's some, like, I think GoFundMe is just an open, like, cash line that you make it available and then people can just send you money, part and parcel. But Kickstarter, yes, has a, you know, length of the campaign you need to hit this minimum or no money is exchanged. So, you know, the sort of counter to that, the opposite thing that can happen in rare cases is, and let me find, here we go. So here's the actual so what was their target? Okay, yeah. Some GoFundMes are set up to refund if they don't meet a goal, but more just whatever is given. Right. It's like, listen, we just need money to help out with this situation, so anything that you can give would be much appreciated, right? Which is fair. I don't think people are usually using GoFundMe to like do project backing. It's more like, I need help with debt. Which is the dystopia that we live in, but we're not going to get into that. Okay, so here is, sorry for the flashbang, here is Star Citizen's Kickstarter page, right? And you can see, like right down here, so their original pledge was $500,000. And they met and exceeded by over 4 times that. And that was just the initial pledge backing. That was not all of the sales and such that they've made since then. Now here is where I think a lot of Kickstarters start to run into trouble, right? Because they have that original plan of $500,000 and they're basically saying, here is what we plan to do with the money that you have given us. I only know a bit because I know someone using GoFundMe for medical help. Yeah. So, various rewards for various tiers of funding available, right? But if we go back up, here it is. So this wasn't even like within the original sort of 500,000 to 2 million level. Here we go. Is this it? Nope, that's gone. They just don't have that anymore. So you see they have set up additional stretch goals in excess of the $2 million mark. So at 5 million, you have a companion app for tablets and phones, increased community updates, monthly town hall meeting, celebrity voice acting for Squadron 42, which they do have, 50 missions, we'll see if that pans out. Star Citizen will match Privateer with 70 star systems to explore on launch, so that's not happening, but again, the scope of what's in a system is dramatically shifted. The Bengal Carrier will be playable at 5.5 million, at 6 million. Unlock for Persistent Universe, full orchestral score for Star Citizen Squadron 42. So, as a campaign runs on, they have to keep coming up with stuff to incentivize support, right? They keep having to add stretch goals, and a lot of times people kind of hit a point of we don't know what else to do. We don't know what else to add as an incentive or as a stretch goal for you guys. Because a lot of times, you know, the difference in the amount of money is not necessarily proportional to what the stretch goal is actually saying they will commit to. So, you know, obviously, like, Star Citizen is its own compounding back and forth of, you know, people give us more money and we keep saying we're gonna do shit. But even on regular Kickstarter campaigns, smaller scale projects, I think that happens a lot, that they're like, oh yeah, if you give us this much money, we'll also throw this thing in, and then they have to figure that out, right? And things just continue to snowball. Which, I don't know, sometimes it can be really beneficial to everyone involved, but I feel like sometimes it just adds scope creep to the point of you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. So yeah, Elite promised a lot and then pared it back, and I think got to a pretty good place. There's definitely a lot that I would like to see from Elite, but you know, it also had a solid 10-year runtime and is not slowing down in any way. It's just the rest of the industry is kind of catching up and exceeding it in various ways. Whereas Star Citizen has been in perpetual development hell for over a decade and is finally getting to a point where someone would look at it and go, yeah, it looks like a game. So it's a tale of two projects. I feel like there was a thing that I wanted to do. Let me pour some tea. Speaking of projects, we're going to be working on our project tonight. So, what I want to focus on this evening is sort of doing a little bit of backtracking. Sort of. Because we were doing some animation stuff last year, and then we got really held up because of our animation sequencing bug bullshit. Hot tea. But good news. Oh, Karen's available. Excellent. Good news. You guys like to see something cool? Would you guys like to see something exciting? Let me show you something exciting. It works! it was a bit of a process yesterday. I had to install a number of things. I had to install an SDK, I had to install Visual Studio, I had to get them communicating with each other. But once I sort of figured out where all the pitfalls are happening, I was able to export the game out of Unreal. It works. So there's one other thing that I was able to do last night. And you can see everything's working. All the various like debug stuff is not showing up, which is good. The launch arrow is showing the way that I wanted it to, which is nice. So the one thing that was not working as intended was, you know, we have our little trajectory thing for the slingshots to sort of give you an indicator of the arc. So because none of the debug draws show up in the actual executable of the game, that was not working at all, right? So you attach the slingshot and you just kind of sit there and you're like, okay, well, what now? So I was like, okay, if I can't get that to render the way that I want it to, I'm just gonna have to make the actual one. And thankfully, I was able to find some guidance. I was able to find a pair of tutorial videos. So it renders an actual trajectory arc now. Yippee! And it's still as accurate as the debug one that we were using, right? If I set that right in the middle, then we land in the middle. You can see it scales to distance. Actually, here, let me bounce off this really quickly. Ah! There you go. Just want to get a slightly better angle on this. Yeah, everything is working. So I want to look over the little feedback document a little bit more, just to sort of make sure that I like where it's all at. But assuming that that works, I think we're good to get this distributed this weekend and start getting some people touching on it and tell me what they think. They can tell me how freaking bad it is. Yeah, the only kind of weird thing is I had to set the pause button to P instead of escape, because the way Unreal works, you hit escape to sort of close out of the simulation running in engine. So I couldn't leave pause on escape. I had to assign it to something else. But aside from that, it works. So yeah, that was a lot of fussing around and playing and exploring last night. It was cool to actually get that working, because aside from maybe like changing the materials and whatnot on it, that arc, I think, is something that we can just take all the way to the release version of the game, right? It's pretty clean. So, the plan for tonight, we're gonna pick up on the animation side of things again. You guys remember a couple weeks back, we were looking at trying to solve that bug, and I'm still no closer to solving it. You know, the only thing that I can really figure is that the character rig is busted. Right, it just doesn't work the way that we want it to. And short of making the rig again from scratch without knowing what about the rig is not good. I feel like we would just kind of get into the same place. So we're just gonna do it ourselves, right? It'll probably mean we don't have as many animations. Probably will mean we don't have as nice, as high a quality of animations, but we're just gonna do it live. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna go through some tutorials and the documentation and whatever else, and we're gonna fucking figure it out. So let's go to the animation studio map. So I think this is still where we're gonna want to do the majority of our work. I'm just gonna move this out of here. I don't know why this is even in the level. So I got a couple of videos. Each of them was pretty chunky in terms of length and all that. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. I figure we'll just kind of go through each of these. So I've got one that's probably going to be more helpful later on hand-eye work. I think it's a little bit advanced for where the project is. So I think we will revisit that one. There's one here on workflow, which will probably be useful, but I think we're going to want to start with something more animation focused and then sort of work back to figuring out our project flow. Got, is this the one I wanted to use? No. So yeah, this one's 56 minutes. This guy talks about how to set up the rig. Actually, yeah, this is all setting up the rig, which we already have. There might be some useful stuff in here that we can revisit, but I don't think this is going to be what we want. So our focus is going to be on this video, which we have actually used in the past. Oh, I gotta get to the other side. There you go. So, where are you? I'm just gonna kind of scale this down a little bit so we can see a bit of both. And captions on. So, if memory serves, this video is really sort of, yeah, so this one, he sort of does this like dash animation. Right, he sort of goes a little bit into like how to clean it up and all that. So we're gonna follow along and sort of go through the process, see where he goes to edit stuff, but we're not gonna be making one of those because we already did that. Admittedly, a dash animation will probably be helpful at some point, but we're gonna start more simple than that, or arguably harder. We're gonna do a walk cycle. And we're gonna sort of figure out what that needs to look like. And admittedly, if I wanted to do this super professionally, what I would probably do would be sort of gesture out some of the animations in a drawing, right? Not like fully storyboard it, but just sort of be like, this is kind of the look, the mood that I want from the walk cycle, the run cycle, the attacks, the animations. Well, we don't have attacks, but you get my point. And just give the animator, me, something to aim for. But we're going to do it a little bit out of order. So let's go back to the beginning and sort of see what this guy's flow is. One quick point you'll notice in the bottom right of his UI, he's got that controller set up. I actually have that. I downloaded it after he recommended it. I don't believe it works for me because my rig is not one-to-one with this setup, and so it's not able to sort of go back and forth between my character and its interface. So if I have it, if I can get it to work, that would be amazing, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
If you give me 2 hours, I'll give you everything you need to create and edit character animations for your games, movies, and whatever else it is you'd want to do with them. I'll even take you through implementing them in-game so you can execute the full game animation pipeline. All I ask in return is that you hit like on this video, drop a comment with how you feel about this course and what other content you'd like to see, and subscribe. In this full step-by-step course that I'm giving away absolutely free, I'm going to take you from zero animation skills through everything you need to create and edit animations using Unreal 5.5 that can then be used in any engine or 3D animation software. If you're already an expert animator, this course will give you all the knowledge you need to use Unreal for your character animating. All you need to get started is Unreal 5.5 installed, and I'll take you through everything else, including implementing the animations in games. You'll go from concept all the way through usage in your projects, but don't worry, the blueprint stuff is super easy and you'll go right through it like a hot knife through butter. We'll start with a cartoony forward dash animation to show you the ropes of creating an animation from scratch. Then we'll move on to a sweet idle break where the character looks at their watch. We'll then go through how to transplant that idle break onto a walk animation through the power of animation layers, and we'll finish up by editing and polishing an existing animation to make it more weighty, lively, and, well, good. In that one, I'll show you how to fully decrapify an axe wield animation, as well as getting you started working with props or weapons with your animations. All of that in 2 hours. I also encourage you to join the Discord, where you'll be able to talk about this course.
So we might... I don't know if we're gonna hit all of these points tonight. We definitely want to go through like the basic animation thing that he's gonna do the dash and we're gonna do the walk. We're definitely going to want to understand the animation layers, right? So that we can have Jordan sort of doing stuff, having interactions with stuff without necessarily breaking her stride, right? Because right now, we have that sort of desync issue where the animations are taking too long. So like her landing after a jump or a fall takes like multiple seconds to resolve, whereas the character is already moving, so she's just kind of like sliding while she does this animation, right? Issues like that. So we definitely will want to do that. I don't know if we're gonna get to it tonight. We probably will not. And then the whole decrapification thing is gonna be an ongoing process.
And pick up any of the... Let's get in. We're going to just create a from scratch 5.5 project that has Tatools version 2 in it and is ready for us to do our animating. So you start in your Epic Games launcher, you go to the library. If you don't have 5.5 installed, you go by engine versions, press the plus sign, and then you can
They're up to
select
5.7 now, by the way.
From here, and then click install and follow all of the instructions to get the prerequisites and everything else so you can get it. Once you do have it installed, you come down to your...
Let me know if you guys are following along too.
Search for game animation sample. If you don't already have the game animation sample, you just come here and then just add it to your library. You just get it, it's free, and you can just get it that way. Now, I have the game animation sample, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a project. Select the folder where you want it, put it here, select 5.5 as the version that you want to install, and hit create. Okay, so that should now be in here.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead of this a little bit just because I already have my project and I don't need to do all of that. I'm gonna skip to the part where he actually drops a character in so we know which thing we're gonna work with.
You should see 3-peat anim tools and it's enabled. If it isn't enabled, you just hit the checkbox and then restart your editor and you'll have it. Now, that means if we go down to plugins, 3-peat anim tools content picker, and we just right click and say run editor utility widget, that'll give us our 3-peat Anim Tools picker, which I dock down here by details. And now that we have everything set up, let's go ahead and do some quality of life improvements to make the editor actually conducive to animation. So I'm going to show you a few things just real quickly, and we'll get into this in a lot more detail in a minute. But for starters, this gizmo just makes animation a little difficult. But you'll notice it's also, I'm not being able to be very precise in my positioning of these controls, and that's because I have snapping turned on. If you see these blue highlights right here, there's translation, rotation, and scale snapping. And now I have a much easier time. I can get a much more precise rotation exactly how I like it. Additionally, if you come up to Edit, Plugins, and type TRS, you'll see new TRS gizmos. If you turn on that plugin and then restart the editor, you'll get a gizmo that is much more conducive to animation. And it's really just going to be preference. You can stay with the old gizmo or move to the new one. Let's go ahead and we'll just select our control rig, and I'll show you what the new gizmo can do. And so in this case, we now have arc ball rotation. We can grab anywhere on
that is better.
gizmo, so we don't have to go to the specific axes. We can still do that and get constrained rotation, or we can just grab anywhere and get a more precise rotation exactly how we like it. We're ready to go.
All right, let's get into the meat of it.
This course is a course on animating characters in Unreal. But to do that, you first need to be able to use the Unreal editor and understand some of the basic concepts. When Unreal starts up with the game animation sample, you're in the default level, and you can move around. If you hold the right mouse button down and use WASD, you can move around just like in a game. If you move your mouse, it'll just rotate. So if you hold Alt, left click, and drag, then you'll orbit around whatever you're centered on. If you want to center on a given object, you can just click it and hit F. Now you're centered on that, and that's what you'll orbit around.
I love that it has the control schemes both for a game and a modeling tool kit.
And if you hold down the right mouse button and roll your scroll wheel back, that will change the speed that you move around. So there's my scroll wheel forward, there's my scroll wheel back. And that's very handy when you're trying to do fine-grained viewport changes. If you get your viewport in a good position that you like, you can press Control and then a number key, so Control 1. And then if we get another thing that we like, Control 2. So I've saved those bookmarks, so if I hit 1 now, it'll go to the first, 2 will go to the second. And that's very handy when you're trying to move around a character. And so now, let's talk about animating in Unreal. So to do so, I'm going to go ahead and just add a cube to this level. So if I come up to the plus sign, come down to Shapes.
Make cube.
For moving objects in the Unreal editor, you have 3 main controls. W gets you translation. Major
okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip this part because this is like really basic.
Control. And so I'll hit F, so we're circled around it. And let's say I want to animate this cube. I'm going to do that using a level sequence. There's 2 ways to add a level sequence. I can come up here and add level sequence, but that's going to actually add it into the level. It's going to do a bunch of things I don't want it to do. So typically what I'll do...
Where did I save my level sequences?
I'll control spacebar to open up the content browser. We'll just make a folder called Overview.
Okay, I think this is what I was doing.
And I'm going to right click, and if I just start typing level sequence, it'll find it for me, and that's under Cinematics. So the other way to get there is right clicking, go to Cinematics, and level sequence. But all right, so now we have a level.
Okay. So this is part of where you need to have good setup, because I was making some level sequences and I don't know what all of these are. It doesn't help that I have 2 animation folders. Oh, it's a disaster. Okay. So this is just the control sequence. Alright. Okay, I think this was me trying to get the walk loop to translate correctly, and so I was making level sequences, but it wasn't working. Okay. Let's just make a new one. We're gonna go to Cinematics, and then we need a level sequence. We're gonna call this Jordan Walk Cycle 01. Let's just call it 01. We're gonna open that up.
Sequence, but it's not open. You can tell because the sequence editor would pop up if it were. So we'll go ahead and Control-Shift-S to save. I have my level sequence, and I'll double-click it, and that opens that sequence and puts me into animation mode. You'll notice I have this toolbar over here, this UI. If I go back to selection mode, that's the default mode of the editor. I'm still editing this level sequence, I'm just no longer in animation mode. So now we'll go back to animation mode, which is done via this drop-down. And you notice we have nothing in our sequencer. I can hit Shift Spacebar and that'll play it, but it's playing nothing because there's no animation built yet. So now we want to add this cube into our sequence so that we can animate it. There's two ways to do that. You can come in here and hit Add Actor to Sequencer and pick the cube. That's, if you have a lot of stuff in your thing, you know exactly what you want to pull in. That's one way to do it. Or you can select it and hit Control A, and that'll bring it in. Brings it in as a possessable, meaning this level sequence just references that cube. So if you went to a different level and then tried to load this level sequence, it wouldn't know where the cube was if it wasn't already there. So the easiest way to make portable level sequences is take any actors that you put into them, right-click on them, go to Convert Selected Bindings to, Spawnable Actor, and now this cube is no longer in the level, it's in this level sequence, which happens to be open in the level. So I can open this sequence in any other level, and I'm going to have the cube, and I'll be able to work with it. Now, let's animate this cube real quick. So if you look, he's got a transform track, location, rotation, and scale. And let's just move the cube. So a couple key elements that we want to make sure we have in this sequence.
Chad, are you taking notes?
Auto keying turned on. That's what this blue around this button is. So that whenever we change anything, like for example, about any actor in the sequence, whenever we change a property, that's going to be reflected with a key in the sequence. And we also want time snapping. I have the curves editor open. It doesn't open by default, but you can get to it through this. So here's your sequencer editor, and here's your curves editor. Curves are where you're going to handle all of your keyframing, all of your keying, moving around, smoothing out your arcs, and the way properties change over time.
Okay.
So that's what you're seeing. This is time in the x-axis, and then angle or position, depending on whether it's a location or a rotation, will be here.
Okay.
So let's show that. Our cube is here. So if I want to, I have the cube selected. I can just hit enter, and that's going to create a key at frame 0. When I hit enter, I need to be in either the curve editor or the sequencer to get that to happen. So now I have a key there. And let's just move forward just over a second, and we'll put the cube over here, and we'll hit E to rotate it. That brings up the rotation widget. I'll go W to put it back here. So what's going to happen is the cube is going to move from here and rotate to here. So there'll be a rotation and a translation. So let's hit Shift Spacebar, and sure enough, that's what happens. We're going to focus in just on this time period where I have these keys. So this green and red bar right here are the start and end of this sequence.
I'm just watching right now. I'm waiting for the part where he actually brings a character in because I want to see how to import that.
So there you go. So you notice he starts out slow, he goes fast, and then slows down at the end. That's the easing. So if I hit F in the curve editor, you'll notice that green line, which represents location Y. You can see it if you hover over it. So if we go and just isolate location Y, so we'll come down to the transform, open up the location, select Y, we'll see that it eases in and out because it's using auto tangents. You have a bunch of tangents to choose from, which you can get at from the right arrow here, and you can choose what type of tangents you want to use. There's also hotkeys for them. So auto tangents or smart auto tangents are 0, and then 4 is linear. So now when it moves,
it just goes
straight from one point to the other. And Control Z will undo, as it will in pretty much anything. But now, here's where we can create breakdowns. So for example, say I want a lot of natural movement tends to go, it starts to move like with inertia, then it moves rather quickly to get to its location, and then it settles. So let's take a look at how that looks. See how that looks a little more natural? and also a little more dynamic. Now, if we extend out our thing, we can actually do an overshoot and settle. So here's a case where I can just middle click and create a new key, or I can select
middle
and drag,
click,
or I can move my time scrub wheel, hit enter to add a key there, or
Makes
X
a key.
to add a key there.
Okay.
So we're going to move up, then he's going to come down like this, and then at the end he will just settle back at our destination location. So we'll add another key here so we can make that a little more subtle. And now you'll see, okay, so
Wiggle,
that's
wiggle,
the case.
wiggle.
We can go select just these keys, and we see we have not an ideal settle, and it's because he just moves way too much. There you go. So now it feels a little more. Let's go ahead and do this. There you go. So now it just feels a little more like something had weight. It's overshooting and then settling back. And all this is done just by editing the curve. So this curve is showing how the location Y changes over time. Time being in this direction, its value being in this direction. Okay, so we now have edited that. You've just created your first animation. And now let's move on to characters. So I'll go ahead and Control-Shift-S to save, hit Control-Spacebar to bring up the content browser. And we're gonna come up, we can just go to content, and if we just type UEFN mannequin, that'll bring it. But what I'm gonna do is go to characters, UEFN mannequin, meshes, and there's my skeletal mesh, UEFN mannequin.
Okay.
And I'm going to drag up
Okay.
this,
I see.
the sequencer view, Control Space, grab this, and drag it into the sequencer.
Okay, so hold on, because I need to find mine. I've got my animation blueprint, and then I need, not the IK rig, I need the skeletal mesh, which I know I just passed. Yeah, there you are. So we're going to drag that into here, and that creates a bunch of stuff.
And I now have a character in the sequencer. I can't do anything with it, but the character is there. I've just added that skeletal mesh into the sequencer as a spawnable, so it's going to move around portably with this level sequence as we go. Now let's say I want to animate this character. You hit plus sign on the actor, and then go to control rig, and then pick a control rig. I'm going to pick my control rig, which is the UEFN Manny Tattoos rig. And now you'll see I have a bunch of controls, or circles, hexagons, things like that. A bunch of things around the model that I can use to animate it. We'll go ahead and select, hit enter to add key.
Hold on. I need to actually... Okay, that's the wrong one. There you are. Oh, that's kind of neat. So even though I have 2 copies of Jordan in the scene, I wish... I don't know a way I can zoom in, but you can kind of see the one that I have highlighted has a little lightning bolt. And then up top, there's like the sequencer thing, right? So whether this actor is spawned by a sequencer is the lightning bolt, and then it says what sequencer it is. So that's how you can tell which one we're working with.
Keys on every property. And now let's do the same thing. So we'll, first thing, we can grab the body offset for this character.
Okay, so yeah, let's just key at 0. So now we just have... is there a way that I can get everything? Oh, I know why. Because the rig... is not selected. There we go. So now everything has a basic key. Which is good, because what that basically means is everything will default back to position 0. What I might even do is take everything, we're gonna go back 1 frame and key it there. So now the animation starts at 0, but then we can just jump back a frame and reset everything's position if we need to. Go to 0.
And let's just make him slide forward. So you notice we're already auto keying. If we click here and then hit F, you can see that happened. and all the same rules apply. He's just moving. Obviously, that's not terribly realistic, so we would probably do that using his legs and make him walk. But that's how we move, so I'll hit Control-Z, take off that curve, and now let's...
Okay, hang on. So that's the offset control, that's the global control, that's the root control. Is this gonna make the character move? No. So I think we... Because he grabbed... Which one did you grab? Did you grab the offset control?
We can grab the body offset for this character, and let's just make him slide forward. So you notice we're already auto keying. If we click here and then hit F, you can see.
Interesting. I wonder... See, that's not moving everything the way that we would expect it to. I wonder if we're keying into some of the problems. Alright, let me look into this really quickly because I think what might be happening I'm starting to wonder if we're figuring out why things are not working the way that they should be. It would be amazing if we did get that. Okay, so we have the root, we have the spine. Yeah. Okay, so this is the module hierarchy. So if we go here, the body control. Let's hide the Firefox window for a minute. Okay, so you have the body control. I want to go to details. Howdy, Tisha. Happy Thursday. It is going where we're starting in on the animation stuff. We're running into, I wouldn't quite call it a problem, but it's possible that this is some of what's causing our other issues. How are you doing? Animation control, Euler transform initial. Animation channels, available spaces. Okay, so let's go back up the hierarchy. Goodness. Pelvis. Yes, this is all the root. And then we have the global control, the root control, the body offset. Yep. Yeah, you see all of these are outside of the hierarchy for the body offset. So none of these are moving, I think, the way that they're supposed to. We have all of these controls. Okay, and the body does have the hips tangent. Is the funky walk... If I can find a way to keep it, then maybe. If I can find a way to keep it that doesn't break other things to leave it, then I wouldn't be against it. Okay, so... here's what I need to figure out. If I just move this in the hierarchy, is that going to be okay? Or does that break things? Also, this chest control is not a thing. Like, it's here in the hierarchy, but it's not connected to anything as far as I can tell. Well, so there's chest space null. There's no actual thing here. Okay. What I would like to do, what I would prefer to do, is pointed at the correct thing. But that might not be an option. So let's save. And then we're going to grab this. And we move you inside the body offset. Find references, select spawner, name, copy, paste local transform, reset transforms, import. Okay, interesting. So it's not letting me change the hierarchy, and that might be because it's procedurally generated. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I want to compare this to the, not the IK rig, maybe the animation blueprint? No. I don't think the IK rig is gonna have, no. See, that's not the right thing. Geometry input, lazy god ray mannequin. Physics assets, skeletal mesh. Now there has to be a mannequin in here somewhere, so the question is, where did it go? Assets. I'm gonna be a little bit annoyed if we're actually like figuring out what the problem is. Okay, so here's a skeletal mesh for that. If we compare that to Jordan's skeletal mesh, yeah, so you have the root. I mean, that looks virtually identical. A few differences, but the important thing is that the pelvis is underneath the root. Okay. Okay, let's go back into selection mode. Trying to remember where. Okay, can we just go into content and then look for mannequin? Here we go, Manny. And then can I do search references? I don't want reference viewer. That can't be right. This would imply that there's no rig for Manny, but that's not possible. Right, so you have the animation blueprint, we have the retargeter, we have the animation sequences. Okay, if I open you up, You have the skeletal mesh in here. Hmm. Right click. What are my options? Spawner, naming, copy, paste, paste, social, transform, reset, transform, import, refresh, reset curves. Okay. I don't think that's it, but I'm guessing the reason that it's not behaving the way that we want is that the body control is outside of the hierarchy for the body offset. So as long as that is the case, it's not going to work as intended. But how do we get it? Reorient. Fine. Got the various sockets that way. Here, let me see if I can look it up. Five. Modular rig change. Okay, so body control is gonna be what, in the root? Where is that gonna be? Root, spine, body control. Animation control, yearly transform, initial shape, metadata. Hmm. How do I fix the modular control rig? Set your modular control rig like normal. Add your first spine. Box is giant. The rig hierarchy in the bottom left. Okay. Okay. So the spine has this. Body offset control. Can I set anything here? New. I don't need a new module. Where is that? Oh, I think I broke it. Oh, it's thinking about it. See if it actually finishes thinking about it, or if I... Oh no. Oh, that's very upset. Can I just undo that? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, this is not good. Spine 1. My pelvis bone. I really want to solve this though, both because we're going to have trouble with the animations and this might also be causing a lot of our other issues. It's not impossible that this is the root of it. Pun partially intended. Wait, what did that do? That just unfurled that. Okay, weird. But sure. Why do you keep doing that? Modular rig. Hierarchy. Maybe that'll find something. Not an actual rig. Skeleton modular rig takes care of the last one. You'll still need to manually rig. Skeleton mesh is not a rig. It requires skeleton mesh. Yeah, I get that. You can rename bones inside the control rig. Under the rig hierarchy tab, match the required naming convention. Okay, so I can rename that. That's fine. I don't want to rename it. I want to change the hierarchy. I don't see where that is an option. Okay. Okay. So this is set by the repair and control is the global control. Root. Yeah, that seems fine. And then the pull vector parent control is body offset, settings control is global. Body offset. Neck is body offset. Okay. We got the pelvis bone, leg pelvis bone, spine pelvis bone. Close that and then go here. No, because you're really stupid. Okay, so body offset, and then we have a bunch of connectors. Okay. Pipe. Figure characters with modular rigs step by step. Yeah. Modular control rigs. Alright. Let's see if something in the actual documentation will help us out with this process. So we set the sockets, the bone controls the nose. Socket is unresolved to a connector. So we have everything is connected. So I don't think... Create the first modular rig. Create an asset. Sonic! Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing alright. The week's been going well for you. Let's see. So we made the modular rig, yeah. We have everything hooked up, right? It was the goober. The goober has been thrown. The modular is added to the rig. Connector event, yeah. Oh, I wonder if we can go into the blueprint, modify this. Execute automatically. That's trying to resolve all the connectors. Why is the... Rude. Why is the... Where's my event graph for this? Connector event graph. We have module hierarchy. We have ring. Oh, wait. No, my only options are... Rude. My only options are to add a variable. I do not see my rig validation. I mean, sure. Tell me if something is wrong. That's not telling me anything. Curve container, animation attributes, sequencer, viewports. Inherited variables, module hierarchy. Oh. It's hard to keep getting security thing. No, don't restart now. What the fuck are you doing? Sure. Fucking Windows. Pause. Alright. Rig modules plug in. I do have that turned on, right? Let me double check. Located the... It's fine. Goober located. Throwing. Control rig modules is turned on. Okay, cool. If you're creating and using custom control rig modules, you can set which root modules to be used when creating new modular rigs. Okay. Creating connectors. So this is like... This is a much deeper level of execution than we're really concerned with. Which is all well and good. But it doesn't explain how to get the thing that we want. Settings control spine. Root global control. Oh, I wonder if I can set this to be the offset instead. There we go. Okay, that looks better. So now when we offset the body control, or we use the body offset control, that moves the character as a whole unit, right? And then if we rotate the hips, you can see how it moves her around that way. Okay, so let's save that. So we've resolved that issue. I don't expect this to work. I do not expect this to work. but I'm curious. You guys are allowed to use the redeems, by the way. I don't want to imply that you guys can't. I want to drag this into the scene really quickly. Because I'm very curious. Okay, so we're gonna go. I'm curious if that was the problem. I don't think it was. I'm gonna be a little mad if it was. But I want to find out. Where did I save all my various animations? Oh, that's why it's not showing up. You still have that. Here, we can just do animation, walk, loop, F. Right? So if we mute the rig, you can see she's going like that. We're gonna go back to the beginning, and then we're gonna unmute the rig, and we are going to delete the rig actually. And then we right click. Is it over here? Yeah, bake to control rig. We select our rig. We're not gonna do anything. Okay, so it still broke. See, now I'm wondering if this is the problem. Okay, so the parent control is the body offset. The pull vector parent is the body offset control. For the legs, the root looks like that. You look like that. The foot, legs control is global. Parent. See, this is what I need another mannequin to compare against. Because I don't know what the settings for this are supposed to be. And I'm guessing that the control parenting is wrong. But without another one to compare to, I don't know what I'm looking for. I guess by default you don't have mannequin. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back here for a second. So I want to save. I want to change projects. Editor will restart to switch the game animation. Will be prompted to save any changes. Yes. So it's just gonna close out the project. So one moment while we switch scenes. This is interesting. But we might be onto something. We might be getting somewhere. It's a little optimistic, I suppose, but I mean, if we can't figure it out, I think we're still in an okay spot that we can move ahead with the animation stuff. I just want to poke this really quickly and see if we can't figure something out. Maybe it'll work. Probably it won't. But as long as we learn something, right? Alright. We can bring it back. Unless it doesn't know what it's looking at. Oh, because it's the wrong... Fine, whatever. Indexing. Editor may become unresponsive assets are loading for indexing. This may take some time. Well, I wish you had told me that sooner. What if we skip the indexing? Is that an option? There it goes. Okay, so here's what we're gonna look for. We want to go for, we want to find a modular blueprint if one exists. Rigs, animation blueprint. We have an IK rig. Got the skeletal mesh. We got the animations. See, an IK rig is not a modular rig. That doesn't really help us. In our video that we were following, he didn't make the rig from nothing. So where did he get it from? It has to be in here somewhere. I'm just dumb and I don't see it. Modifiers, notification. Yeah, I think this is when I was making stuff before. Audio blueprints, animation blueprint, bubbles. Miscellaneous. Okay, wait, hang on. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so right click that, and then we got the anim outlier. Browse to actor and sequencer. What? No, I don't want the skeleton. I want... Where is the rig? Browse task set. That's the skeleton mesh. Process? No, that's animation. I'm very confused. Because we have a modular rig right here. I can see it. but I can't find the actual asset that is being used. Import edit selection or edit section. I don't want to edit the section. I want you to show me where this is located. Hmm. Like, it has to be here. I'm very confused. I'm so befuddled where I could have how it can simultaneously like be right here and yet I don't know where it's located. It's not the physics asset, is it? No. The animation blueprint does not have mesh in it. This is all animation sequence stuff. There you fucking are. Well, this is a different one, but it should still get us what we need. Hopefully. Now, why does this one have a graph and mine doesn't? Would be good to know, but it's whatever. Okay, so we got all the bone stuff here. Then we have the global control, and then the body offset control, which has legs. And then, yeah, see, here's body control. Interesting. So how come... I wish I could have both of these projects open side by side to compare notes to, but I might just need to take screenshots of stuff. Let's see. So I don't want my blueprint. What am I looking for? I need to know what the settings for the various modules was. Oops, control. Yeah, so this isn't quite helping just because it's not actually showing me like a comparable scene to what Jordan's rig. Switch to rig module? This rig requires some changes to the hierarchy to turn it into a module. No, I don't want to I wonder if that has something to do with it. Yeah, so each of these is not behaving the same way. It does make me wonder if the modular rig, unless this just isn't a modular rig. No, it's a control rig. It's different. Fuck. Yeah, this might just not work. Yeah, that's not it. I'm still confused then where the control rig for this guy is coming from. I mean, it might not be a modular rig, but still. Okay. Alright, let me see then if let's switch back to our project. And see if we can't find something that will help us sort of understand what the rig hierarchy should look like, right? Okay, so there's a video helping to explain how to set up the rigs. So it might be worth it just to go through and sort of double check all of our settings that way. We're gonna walk this back for a little bit. So if there's something wrong with the rig, then we want to go ahead and resolve it anyway now before we start doing a bunch of animations, because that would just make things even worse, right? It's thinking again. Hold, please. Okay, there we go. Okay, back we go. So now you're unhappy because you want this. And you Aren't seeing anything. Okay, cancel that. And then open this window back up. I'm gonna point you at you. Yeah. Okay. So here we are again. Okay, so we have the root that's pointing at the root, the spine pointing at the spine socket, that's fine. And then I think this is just sort of move things around to try and make the menu on the left a little bit more organized. So spine start, spine 1. The pelvis is the pelvis. And so the settings control is global. I wonder if this is what AI sees when it looks at me. I don't know that it even gets that far, if I'm being honest. Okay, so this should be the root global control. And then the parent should be body offset. Right, good. And then the leg should be, so the thigh bone is thigh, good. And then the pelvis is pelvis. Foot is the foot. And then the knee is the calf, sure. Parent control should be body offset. Settings should be root global, and pull vector should be body offset. All right, that's good. Oh, you're not gonna scroll down though. I need you to scroll down, please. Okay, while we're here though, okay, it is actually looking at this part. So, foot would be foot bone goes to foot, ball bone goes to ball. Parent, foot control parent should be root spine leg 1 foot control. What? Where is that? Do I have that? Root spine leg 1. Spine leg leg 1. Oh, I see. So it's going down and down and down by, okay, so I'm gonna back out of it. You guys cannot see it, but there's this massive window that's just covering everything. It's very fun. It's very good. Okay, so on the foot, so our settings control, no, the foot control parent should not be body offset. It needs to be foot R control. Yes? That looks right. Yeah, so leg 1 and then spine. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we need. So now if we go down here, This needs to be foot L control. Okay. And then shoulder is body offset, that's correct. And then arm, parent is body offset. Good. Settings is global. FK, arm space, should be body offset. And then the pull vector is currently also body offset. Let's see if he changes that.
The mirroring tool in the module hierarchy will let you mirror modules in a variety of ways to save you time. Let's try out our modular rig on another character.
Okay, so I don't think they go through and make any changes to that, though I'm wondering if it does need it. Okay, global. Yeah, it's still set all of the arm values to body offset. So then for the fingers, parent control is shoulder, arm, so the hand FK controls. Okay, so we're currently on the L's. Okay, so these do have the correct FK control setups for those. Then the feather controls should be the same thing. Alright, that looks good. Good. Alright. And then the neck. I don't suppose you'd be so kind as to show me what the neck is supposed to be set up like, right? No. Yeah, so the video on Unreal's page that I'm following is more sort of how to set up the rig rather than actually explaining what it's supposed to do, and I'm just sort of trying to piece it together from what little of the menu I can see. So, just want to see if that makes any change. Not really. Like, there are parts of it that seem like they almost work, but it's not there. I mean, the rig at least seems to be working the way that I would like it to, which is good. I don't care for... Well, I guess it's fine. The actual controls are in a good spot, even if the little bars are in a weird position. I would like to see if I can't resolve this a little bit better, but it might also be enough for tonight, right? Just to sort of get back to a point where we can start working on the animation, then we can try and resolve more of the peculiarities of the rig later. I don't know that that's really the right mentality for it, but it might just be what we have to work with for the time being. Unfortunately, yeah, the transplanting animations is still fucked, but it's what we have to work with. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and say good enough? Because without finding an actual breakdown of like what is what here, create the modular rig from scratch. Let me just see if this video has something that we can make use of. Undo's. Mirror the right side, add the tail controls, regular controls. So I am going to want to follow this along at some point because we are going to need to build like some facial controls and such. But I will do that later. See all available controls. Alright. See the spine controls, regular controls. Yeah, let's see if there's something in here that we might be able to follow along with. Might be useful. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Here, let me do this. Put you over here.
So there's no constraints yet. I won't go into constraint details because I personally haven't played with those. Or if you want to find what shapes are available, there's actually a shape library that it's getting all these names from either this library and add some shapes and give it some name, and so you'll be able to use any of the
Okay,
shapes.
so yeah. There's gonna be some useful stuff here for like, you know, setting up controls on the face and whatnot. But that's not
Okay, so this just
what
adds
we're here for right now,
to the
right?
right eye socket. But I found that the problem was that the control wasn't in the correct hierarchy. So the control is
Oh,
not
this
even
might actually be helpful.
So the control rig itself has some trouble with this control. So what you have to do is that you have to drag in and drop at the right spot. So in our case, I'd like to put it under the head module. So I'm just going to open that up and find out all the way to the neck. I'm going to drag and drop the control under the neck. Okay, and you can see that now it compiles correctly and everything.
Okay.
I will rename this one right eye. Or eye underscore right. And I'm curious to see if it can actually mirror. So I'm going to mirror this. And in this case, it's underscore R to underscore L. Okay. So the left eye does exist, but it's been put right under the socket. So
Okay, so yeah, this is kind of a slightly different thing that we are concerned ourselves with. I think we will just leave that be for now. And see if we can get back to actually working on our ding dang animation. Where did I leave it? Okay. Go characters, animations, Jordan. Walk cycle 1. Alright, we're back, baby. Over to the side a little bit just so we can kind of see everything at once.
That happened, and all the same rules apply.
Okay,
Just move.
so getting back on track. So what do we have down here at frame 59? Can we zoom in a little bit? There we go. Alright, so let's take this and we're just gonna scale it down closer, right? I want you to stop at frame 60. Good. Alright, so that should do everything there. I'm gonna grab this frame and delete it. Just okay, so yeah, body offset control. Down here at the end, we're just gonna have our girl slide forward a little bit. So now if we go back to the beginning, we should see her go boop. And that's it. Right. Simple enough stuff.
Obviously, that's Not terribly realistic, so we would probably do that using his legs and make him walk. But that's how we move, so I'll hit Control Z, take off that curve, and now let's go ahead and animate his arm.
Okay. I wish there were a way to perhaps make this a bit easier to grab stuff. There you go, good enough. Alright, I see what it's doing. That's fine.
So we'll select the shoulder, hit E to rotate, because we don't translate FK controls. So these controls are FK, which means they're forward kinematics, where you are directly manipulating the joint that you've selected. That's not to be confused with IK, which the feet are currently in. So the arms are in FK, the feet are in IK, which means they're trying to reach a target, where that target is this control right here, this cube. So if I move the cube, which I can also rotate it, but if I just move it, now the ankle, the knee, the hip, they're all going to rotate to match that target. And for example, if I hit E to go into rotation, I can now twist, and you notice it's the joint's rotating as well. So the knee joint is rotating, everything is moving along with it. And that is IK. So we're trying to put the foot here, as opposed to, in the case of this arm, if we wanted to put the arm over here, we would do it from the joints out, as opposed to from the target in, and let it solve it itself. The body control right here allows you to change where the hips are, and you'll notice the entire upper body moves along with it. So they're children of this body control, everything from the spine bones all the way up. And so we can move the character this way. We don't want to move the character forward in space using this. We really only ever want to move the character forward in space using the body offset. And certainly if we're making root motion animations, here's your root control, this arrow, and you would want that to track along with the rest of the character. So now we know a few things about this character.
Bubble controls are doing
I'll just
some
take you
weird
through
things.
A couple features of the control rig. These circle controls, these are actually for IK. You'll only see these when when a limb is in IK mode, and they dictate which way the knee will be pointed, so you can control rotations. You have some more controls in here, like a foot roll. Now the foot roll control really only makes sense when you're on the ground, but it's an easy way. I'll show you a few of the treats that are in the Unreal control rig. If I select rotation and I rotate in the Z, so just remember red, green, blue is roll, pitch, and yaw. The yaw control right here, blue, allows you to roll the foot, and you'll notice it stays firmly planted on the ground. And say, for example, you wanted to rotate the foot, you can go to the tip control, and you can rotate it and it'll pivot around the tip.
Ooh, that's
Okay.
nice.
If you want to switch, I have everything in FK, but I want this to be in IK so I can move it like I'm moving the feet right now. I need to key the entire rig right here on this key, and if you want to move between the keys, like let me select, I'll just go select this box so you can see what I mean. So you see how you have multiple keyframes here? So there's a key on this frame, a key on this frame, key on this frame. If you want to move between them, you can use comma and dot. Dot will move forward, comma will move back, and it'll jump.
That's good to know.
The arrow keys will go one frame in any given direction. So it makes it very easy to move, especially if you're doing a pose-to-pose workflow where you're animating entire poses and then jumping forward in time and doing it again. That's available. So let's go take this arm that we had animated in FK.
Right.
And I'm going to key the entire rig. So if I'm going to convert from FK to IK and I've made modifications, I have to make sure there's a key on every single control. Once I've done that, I can go into my global control, which is under the Tattools rig, global control, and then come down and you'll see the IK FK switches right here. So I want the right arm.
Wait, how do I key the entire thing at once, though? Can you adjust the change channel when it changes? Okay. I think there's a key there already. So if I change it to, say, like FK, yeah, see how it changes the control setup?
And I want to change him to be IK. And sure enough, there we go. We now have control. So up until this moment, he was in FK. And then this time we switch it to IK. So I can now. Let's go.
So you can have different control setups for different parts of an animation sequence.
His knee, which you'll notice with the IK controls is just a whole lot easier than if you were to try to do that in the FK mode. I'm being a little precious with this. It's not like we're actually going to make an animation out of this, but it's always good to practice. And you want to get very comfortable
getting them right movements.
Let's bring this other
foot real quick.
So now he's going to leave the realm of the physically possible. We're just going to we'll pretend this is a Matrix movie. Now let's put the left arm onto the knee. And you'll notice it's just a lot more difficult to do, and it's a lot easier to get into a situation where you're doing something that isn't necessarily physically realistic. Like if I want his arm, so his arm is pretty much up and down right now. It's like straight across, which is he looks a little stiff, right? On this arm.
So I'm waiting to see, because I don't know.
But for example, if
he moves,
to have him not look so stiff, I can do a couple
if
things.
we want to have the character walk forward, should we use the offset control to move the character forward, or should we just
up and down along
I feel like that would be better.
So I can switch from local space, and the easiest way to show this is let's use this hand. In local space, the red axis, the x-axis, is directly along the hand. The green axis is side to side with respect to the wrist direction, and blue is straight up and down. If I go to world space, which is denoted by the world here, you'll notice I now have direct control over it, just like it was any other random object, where I have the axes are the actual world axes, Z, X, and Y. And that is useful, especially in this case, where what I want to do is just take this and drop it straight down. And you see how much easier that is than if I were to try to manually rotate this control, bring this down, then select this control, bring it back up, bring it over, bring it down. Whereas it was literally just moving up, moving down. These are the clavicles, these arrows. So if you want, you always want these in local space. And we can go ahead and bring his shoulder up, down. If he has posture like me, his shoulder's going to be moving forward. One good thing is you can control these both at the same time if you're in local space. And there are definitely situations where that's what you want to do. And now you have a pretty good idea of what the character can do. Essentially, all of these controls, if it's not a cube like this, you pretty much only want to rotate it. So the circle and these IK cubes, you're going to translate them. Everything else, you're only just going to rotate. Can you translate? Absolutely.
But don't do that.
But do so at your own risk. So now, if you're animating from scratch, this is a great way to do it. And even if you're not animating from scratch, if for example you want to edit an animation, you can actually just right-click anywhere in this control rig, right-click, import anim sequence to this, and let's just go pull in, we'll just do a walk loop. So we'll go find, I don't know, a forward walk loop. There we go. Neutral walk loop forward. So if I bring that in and bake it to the control rig, now I did it in the middle of my animating, but you'll see I now have the walk loop from the game animation sample in my sequence. And I have all the keys for every...
Wait, where did he
game
do
animation.
that? Because it's not working for me.
Import anim sequence anywhere in this control rig. Right click.
Oh, I see.
Import anim sequence to this. And let's just go pull in. We'll just do a walk loop. So we'll go.
No, mine
find-
doesn't work that way.
I don't know if...
I don't have that option. Add section, edit track. I can import a control rig FBX. Under plug? No. Import anim sequence. Did I hit the wrong thing? I think I did. Yeah, I hit something else. Okay, I was just curious because he's showing this like it's like it's just a thing that you can do, and it's I don't see it.
Animate from scratch. If, for example, you want to edit an animation, you can actually just right-click anywhere in this control rig.
I wonder if it's because I have a modular rig and not a control rig.
Click, import.
Key to this section. Oh, is it in the timeline? Yes, there we go. Yeah, reduce the keys and reset the controls. And oh no. I want to check something before we clear this out. So I'm wondering if there's like a settings thing, because obviously a lot of this is like, it's just not working. I'm wondering if we can narrow down why it's not working. Okay, here, let's undo the connection, right? We got that back where it was. Admittedly, we lost a lot of our... Actually, no, we didn't lose it. Okay, so this is doing this, right? We've got this animation back, which is all well and good. Asset details. Routine, force front x-axis, converts units. Enable root motion. Okay, so that's turned on. So let's turn that off and save it. And now if we go back in here, is this going to behave any better? No. Where is show developer bones. Oh, don't act like you don't want to do it anymore. Okay, that's interesting. So the FKs are moving forward. Well, these... Okay, we'll go ahead and hide the bones because apparently that's not what's happening here. Well, how come it's not moving at all anymore? Just turn all the IKs off and see if that does anything. Well, it does, but it's not good. Okay, so I think the feet can move. Like the feet tips can move. Hip control should not be moving. So grab all those and key it. And then engine control. I don't think this should be translating either. Well, so at least that's not breaking the character in the same way that it was, right? But FK. Yeah, the IKs are moving. This is very weird. Okay, I should just clear this out because it is not doing what I want it to be doing, right? And we kind of knew that, but I just wanted to see if I could get it to do something. That's not what I wanted you to do. No way I can just get you to, like, select and delete all keys. Please. You're really gonna be a shit about this, aren't you? There we go. Okay. So yeah, for whatever reason, something about the rig, maybe it's a hierarchy problem, is like not looking at things the right way, or it's not pointing at the right things. So I'll have to dig into that a little bit more. Because even if we're doing stuff by hand, having the rig not behaving the way that we want it to is not helpful. We'll have to look into that more later. Alright, back to it.
Import anim sequence to this, and let's just go pull in, we'll just do a walk loop. So we'll go find, I don't know, a forward walk loop maybe? There we go. Neutral walk loop forward. So if I bring that in and bake it to the control rig, now I did it in the middle of my animating, but you'll see I now have the walk loop from the game animation sample in my sequence. And I have all the keys for every control, but if I just want one specific pose, or I just want to go pull step right there, I can go click and drag, grab a bunch of keys, delete, and now I just have that one little segment that I can edit. Or if I just want one frame, and I can clean out, I still have this key over here, so I can come over here, delete this keyframe, and now I can start animating. If I wanted to use this frame for something specifically, like to blend in or out, I can do whatever it is I want to do. Maybe not what I just did, but go nuts. There is, however, an easier way. Control-Shift-S to save, even though I've pretty well botched this animation. Close the sequencer, Control Spacebar, and let's go find that walk loop animation. So if we come up to content, we don't have to go searching through a bunch of folders. We can just type walk space loop, and we'll find anything that has walk and loop in its name, and there's walk loop forward. So here's our walk loop, and this is the animation editor. The character is walking. You can investigate what each of the bones is doing, how the animation's working, all that kind of stuff. But what you can do, if I want to create that level sequence super fast with this animation and a control rig ready to go, I come up to Edit in Sequencer, Make to Control Rig, and then I select the UEFN Manning Tools rig. This will pop up. Sometimes this will pop up behind all the other windows, and you have to go select it, click Bake to Control Rig, and then one final step. Come up to Edit in Sequencer and unlink the level sequence. If you don't unlink the level sequence, changes you make in the level sequence that is open now will potentially change this animation, so which you may not want. Obviously, if you're creating a new animation from this walk, you don't necessarily want it to get ruined by whatever things you happen to do. But see, I've already got my character, I've got the actor, I've got my control rig, I have everything completely ready to go, so I can start animating. So now let's take this knowledge and make your first animation.
See, I would really want that to be an option. Even if we do end up doing most things bespoke.
So for your first animation, we're going to do
it would be nice to be able to build off of existing work.
Spacebar, we'll open up the content browser. I just made a folder called Your First Anim, and now we're going to go find the idle loop, because that's the pose we're based off of. This is an idle to idle. So if I just type idle space loop, that'll get me the stand idle loop right here. I can double click that to open it, Edit in Sequencer, Bake to Control Rig, pick my UEFN Manning Tools rig, and then bake. Remember, we always come up and hit Edit in Sequencer and unlink it, and now we've got this idle loop. But we don't really need the idle loop, we just need one pose. And if you ever just need one pose, like whatever pose you happen to be in at a given moment, all you have to do is, if it's not already open, you can open your curve editor, select the entire rig, and you can actually just delete every single key. So Control A, and once it selects, it'll highlight in white, delete, and you'll notice the character will actually just stay in whatever pose they're.
Sorry, I was just noticing something in here. Yeah, that is.
And then right here, move over to frame 0, hit enter, and key the entire rig. So now we have the beginning of our dash. Granted, dash isn't doing very much right now, so let's change that. Whenever performing an action or an animation, there are really 4 major phases. Anticipation, where the character prepares to perform whatever that action is, the action itself, the follow through, and then the recovery back to your neutral pose or whatever state the character is going to be in after the action has been performed. For the dash, we're going to even make it a little simpler. We have an anticipation pose where the character is going to bend down to prep to do the dash. We have the action itself. We have the recovery. There's really no follow through. It's a 3 pose action, and then we recover back to the idle position. Animation should always go big to small. So we're going to start by moving our root and our body offset control. So I'm going to bring up tat tools, and the easiest way to do it is I can then just select root, hold shift and select offset, and I've got them both. So if I'm going to move the character, I can move the character like this, but I need to bring that root control around if I want the game to know that the character is actually moving. Otherwise, the character will just snap back to wherever it started whenever you execute an animation. So we're grabbing both of those. We know we're going to do this in about, well, there's an anticipation. So let's do like a, 8-frame anticipation, and then about 12 frames after that, so just under half a second. We'll hit enter again, but now we're just going to drag to where we want the dash to end up. And I'm going to deselect everything, so just click into the curve editor and F. And so now we've got motion, and we can watch this real quick. Let's go ahead and bring in our playback. So this defines the length of the animation. So the start is at the green.
Okay, so it
is at
did
the red,
move
so these around and
the
define how
offset.
long the animation's going to be. In my case, we'll just say it's going to totally be. So that's not bad. You notice how it does the ease that we talked about earlier. So we're going to fix all of that. But before we end, I want to make sure we have a settle. So after this, we'll hit enter. So, about 5 frames later, remember comma will bring us here, so 21, then frame 26. And now we'll come back to frame 21, deselect everything, open up our tween machine, and we'll blend this back so we get a nice little slide. The tween machine, or tweens, in Unreal Editor are a phenomenal way to adjust the motion dynamics of any given movement in an animation. So let's come up to tweens. There's only 3 really that I use on a regular basis, so I'm going to walk you through those. The first is blend to nearest. And so if I'm trying to create an ease here, and I want there to be more dynamics in this movement, I might come forward, say 11 frames, and then if I drag this all the way to -1, you'll notice I went back to where I was when I started. But say I just wanted to have it start slow, move quickly, and then if I drag this to 1, it's going to blend. Do that, it's going to blend towards this key. So if I drag in the negative direction, it's going to blend to the key to the left of wherever I'm editing. And if I go to the right, it'll be the key to the right. So if I go to the positive side, it's this key that is blending to. And if I go to the negative side, it's this key it's blending to. I'm going to hit F so you can see this a little clearer. If I have a different key selected altogether and I do this, it's going to blend the key I have selected to the key to the left or right of it. But if I have nothing selected, it'll just use the current time. And if there is no key at the current time,
it will make
create one. Let's get rid of that one. And now let's look at this. So now it moves faster. It starts out slow and then speeds up and then do it again. Now, let's say, for example, I wanted to overshoot and then settle back. So I could grab this key, drag it up, and I can get an overshoot, right? But there's another way to do it. I won't call it an easier way because it's not, but it can sometimes be easier if your hands are on the keyboard and you're really trying to just do something quickly, is use the tweens. The tween mode is whatever key I have selected. So let's say this key right here, and I don't have it selected or it's under the play head. So either the time if nothing's selected or the key if something is. Tween is going to be 0 is exactly halfway between the right key and the left key. So it's going to snap. If I touch this at all, it's actually going to snap and put me halfway in between. If I go to -1, it'll go to that key, and +1, it'll go to the one on the right. This is a little jarring. So really, I only ever actually use this one in this way. So I'll be in tween mode. I'll come here and I'll just type 1.1, and that'll give me a nice overshoot.
It moves
so
in
now let's take a look.
excess.
And if I want to do a true cartoony anticipation where it moves in the opposite direction, I can do negative 1.1. And now it'll move backwards before it shoots forward. Kind of like a wind up. Now let's talk about the last one that I really use, which is blend relative. And what that allows you to do, say for example, I didn't want to move anywhere near this far, but I wanted this overshoot to stay in place and I want to keep this dynamic. I can select these keys, and if I drag to the left, it's going to blend it towards the key to the left of my selection, but it's going to keep the shape. So now I can just have a nice little, it's really just an oscillation at this point. But if I drag out the other direction, nothing will happen unless I have a key out here. So we'll go ahead and put a key in place, move it up. And so now if I have this overshoot and settle, I can blend it towards it, but I will never go farther than it. And so now we have our overshoot. And those are the three main modes of the tween machine that I find incredibly useful and speed up making my animations more realistic. And that's the tween machine in the Unreal Editor. So let's take a look at that. And we're gonna tune this. So there you go. So I think it could probably settle a little less. So again, we'll hit F so we have everything visible to us. And we can either use the tween machine, and let's see. Okay, so that's not enough. Or we can come select this, Control Shift, middle click and drag down. There we go. One thing that we may want to do, there's a couple ways we can do this. We don't want him to move at all, and once we do, we kind of want it to be a little less subtle. So to achieve that, there's actually a couple ways we can do it. If we move over here, and since we have two controls selected, we have to hit Enter to get both controls, grab all of the keys that we want to move, and we can kind of just force it to be a little bit more snappy.
Okay.
Right? And so I would assert that's actually still just a little too slow. So I'm going to grab all the keys, Control left arrow. Let's see if we can get a snappier.
Okay. I'm going to let the video keep playing, but I'm going to start fussing with some of the
Let's see how that feels.
specifics here.
So now we're kind of into a game.
I think what we want to do, actually I lied. We're going to turn the video off for a second. So what we've set up so far is basically just having the character move within the time range, right? We've set up a 30 frame, so basically 1 second movement. The character just sort of slides along right now. So at position 0, I'm not even going to worry about the arms just yet. Let's have this. How do we want to do this? Let's have this foot go back. We want just this control. Just this control. So this one is going to go back, say, right about there. That looks fine. And then this one is going to move up right about there. We go down to the end. Why are you... Okay, so let's get rid of this frame. And we're gonna get rid of... Go back to here. Get rid of that frame. And then we're gonna rekey both of these. Right, so now the characters start sliding like that. And we want to do that sort of like what he was saying, because we want to start and end in the same position, right? So at the 15 frame, at the halfway point, we're going to flip these around. So you are going to be in the front, And you are gonna be in the back. Right? So it is extremely janky. It doesn't look good. Part of what we're gonna need to be a little bit careful about, right, as we sort of go through this. The difference between a good and bad walk cycle is, well, there's a lot of differences, but one of the core ones is that you need the feet to stay consistent in their placement, right? So you see how they're sliding right now? Like, it's kind of close. That back foot almost works. It almost stays in the same spot, but it's not. I wish I knew why my grid was flashing like that. I wish it would stop. So, what do we do in that instance? We could maybe reduce the movement distance a little bit just to sort of line things up better. But I think in this case, we would take this. See, this is where onion skinning is really helpful because you can kind of see what's happening frame by frame. So we might go to like the midpoint. Why is the grid flickering like that? Because it's Z fighting. There we go. Okay, so yeah, halfway point. So now that we can see the grid properly, you can see where it's not lining up. Like where we're getting movement, where the foot should be staying planted. So let's go to the halfway point or the quarter-way point, right? So I keep track of which line we're going out. Alrighty, Mage. Hope you get some very good rest. Appreciate you hanging out, and hope to see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Hope you have a good start to the weekend, too. Alright, so it's that line right there. At this halfway mark, I'm gonna grab this and let's take it and we'll offset it, right? And then at this point, yeah, see, we can't get it to stay that far back. But what we might be able to do is until the 7 marker, we'll set this, and then at 15, what happens if we roll it? What does that look like? Yeah, this is not quite working the way that I might want it to. If we take this, we go to the halfway point, sort of raise it up. This is not... okay. So let's take this. I think this might be part of what we were seeing happen with the translated animation. Right, see, I would want this to potentially stay a little bit farther than it is. Essentially, the 15, frame 15. Because this leg is in front right now. This one should be farther back. Might not be able to shift all the way. So let's give that a little bit of room like this. Right, so for 15 we basically want the opposite. Right, so this leg is going to be a little bit elevated. I'm losing control a little bit here. Don't do that. The foot controls are doing a bunch of stuff that I'm not 100% sure on. So what is this? That's the IK ball. That's the roll. Okay, so if it's a ball, we would be able to move it around. You are tip control, which is different from BK. So if I grab this, it doesn't do anything. If I grab this, that just rolls the toe. And then that rolls it like that. Okay, so we've got step one, right? So let's grab this guy and roll the foot up like that. So what does this one control? That's the heel. How is that different from the other one? It feels like it's the same, but it's also not. It's weird that both of them are visible at the same time. I feel like that shouldn't be the case. I feel like it just kind of confuses things. No, I don't want to roll that. I just want to... I want to keep that in place. Yeah, let's avoid rolling that. Yeah, see, I feel like where things are getting kind of weird is I have a bunch of things that are controlling the feet. And they're kind of all doing similar jobs at once. And then as I try and go through the sequence, they fight each other a bit. I feel like I need each of them to kind of not get in each other's way, but they are. And see, this one, like, not controlling it the way that I would want it to, or the way that I would expect it to. This one, no, that one doesn't do it either. So I can grab this and rotate it, but grabbing the roll control does not work. I wonder if this is an issue with... This has to be a rig issue. It has to be a rig issue. Okay, let's try this out a little bit. You know what? It does, because if each time I've been like messing with stuff and it causes weird things to happen. Yeah, see, so that's not moving. Like, it'll go that way, but then it won't go the other way. And this one, if I grab this, it'll go that way, and then it'll roll that way. Like, granted, you don't want it to too much because it causes things to break. But it should be able to. Now, one thing that I can and should check is if there's a limiter put in place. Control, IK control offset, no. Don't have anything there. Solid sphere. Scale. Location. Not the same on both feet. Yes. What happens if I zero that out? Where does it go? Oh. I think I put it up there just to make it easier to find. So if I grab this, yeah, I can't move it, but I can rotate it, and that rotates the foot. But you see how it also rotates the ball and the ankle? I don't think it's supposed to do that. What the fuck? Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. So this, why was it controlling it like that though? Okay, so now that's back to normal. We're getting weird shit happening. Also, while we're in here trying to polish stuff up, this is... tonight is not going nearly as smooth as I had hoped it would. What is the scale and position on this? It's only 1. Why do I have to push you that hard to... Oh, because the shape transform is different, I think. Yes. But how did it get like that? Okay. See, this is admittedly a problem with, and this is, I'm calling this out about myself. A problem that you run into. Where did all my controls go? Why are none of my controls showing up in here? There you are. A problem with not building this by hand is that I don't know why things are behaving the way that they are. Right? I don't have as much control over this as if I were making it myself. Now, is the offset supposed to be like that? I want to say yes, but it might not be. Okay. If I go to the foot left tip control, can I modify that? No. How did you get halved in value? Resolve? Okay, at least I have more stuff now. All IK settings, foot roll settings. Okay, so I can limit the roll. Is that why? It's because this one has a limiter in place and the other one doesn't? it looks like, yes. Okay, and then this is the, yeah, foot roll control. Okay, so that has a range of -70 to 10, and you have a range of 360 degrees. Okay, so that is actually technically kind of sort of working the way that it is supposed to be. But we should probably come in then, because I think this is just a little overbearing in its limitation. I think we can give that like 30 degrees. And you should probably be the same deal then. Right, if we come in here, we can set the roll values to be -70 and 10 or 30. So now this guy, okay, so that, no, you're still doing the same thing. I don't know. You're being really annoying about this. Okay. And then where did the tip settings? There you are. Okay, so that's where it got scaled down. Okay. That's back to normal at least. So that's good. Okay, so sort of back to my point of frustration. I've got this guy. I move this. It looks like that. And then I grab this control. So now see it's rotating around something. It's rotating around this, which is a different control than this guy. So I grab this again, and now I can rotate. See, part of me feels like I almost don't want to use these because it feels like they're just fighting each other so much. And then I grab this, and the whole thing is rotating around this box. So maybe I don't rotate the box, I just translate it and then use other controls. But see, now that can't move because of the limiters that I put on it. So I need to like reset this. And then that got out of position somehow. This is funky. This is funky. There's a lot of the controls that are on the feet are nice, but there's too many of them. And they're fighting each other. And I don't think that's necessarily true. But I feel like the hierarchy is fucked up. Right? Like, you see how the ball IK is underneath the tip. And then the back control is underneath that. Like, I feel like this is out of order. I don't think this is what it's supposed to look like. I want to try something. So we don't have another modular rig to compare to, which is really annoying. So I have two options here. I can see if I can find one. But what I might try and do is I think we have where is our not CT components? Where did our mannequin go? There you are. So we want a control rig. We're going to create a modular rig. We're going to open this up. And then we need to bring in let's just bring in let's bring in this guy. Okay, so we need a spine. And then that needs a leg. And a foot. And then we have another leg. And a foot. And then we need, I believe it's a shoulder. Another shoulder. Then we need a neck. And then we need an arm. And I believe each of these is gonna need their special thumb. I don't think so. I think it's just fingers all the way down. Drop that in there. And then you go right there. Okay, so that resolved most of it. So we want ball R to go right there. And foot bone to go right there. And then ball L will go right there. And foot L will go right here. And it crashed. So that's cool. I'm running out of brain power for this shit. Ooh, 1 second, my project. I need to change something in the project settings. Once it comes back from indexing. I don't know why it needs to do this now. I wasn't doing this before. It's very annoying. Or maybe it was doing it and I just wasn't seeing it. That is also a possibility. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I don't think it saved any of that setup, which is fine. Okay. Let me change something. The project settings is starting on the wrong level, which is not a huge problem, it's just annoying. Okay. That'll just make my life a little less annoying. Okay. So what are we dealing with here? What are we dealing with? So never mind. I mean, it's annoying that that didn't work, but control rig. Make a control rig this time. Yeah, let's just call it new control rig B. So, okay. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Well, part hierarchy execution. So this is a proper control rig instead of a modular rig, which would give us a lot more control over it. But I don't know how to actually use this, so it doesn't really accomplish. Doesn't accomplish anything. I don't think there's even a way to like bring a modular rig into this to then make use of, right? I can bring Jordan's skeletal rig into it, but unless we're building it by hand, it's not going to do anything for us. Okay. See, I feel like our hierarchy is fucked up. I feel like we need to reorder our controls so that they're not fighting each other the way that they are right now. would say that. But I'm not sure how we would go about that, you know? I'm wondering if the foot... No, the foot control, I think, needs to be directed by the leg. Because if we change this... Let's just try changing it and see what it does, right? So... Close the hips, close the spine. Yeah, see, there isn't any controller. No, it's not these. Alright, so leave that where it is. I'm kind of wondering / thinking we might need to just rebuild this rig. There might just be something wrong in the way that it is set up that we can't use this. That's a very real possibility. Alright, here's what I would like to do then. Can you find this in the content browser? Yep. And we're going to make a new one and hope it doesn't crash. We're going to create a modular rig and we're going to call it Jordan Rigged. Control rig 2. We're going to bring Jordan in again. How much work would that be? Hopefully not a ton. But potentially a fair bit. I think a big thing that we need to do as we set this up is make sure that we configure things correctly. I'm not sure why why there's options for the skeleton type. Well, I guess because advanced skeleton is identical, maybe? No, it's just not changing it. Okay, so yeah, see, I have a root and then I have a root 1. I don't think I actually want that. Drag and drop the spine module. See, so it already gave me a root, so I don't need to attach the root, I need to attach a spine. Go ahead and override the color. And then the neck, go right there. We have head IK. Left and right. We got the head IK settings. You'd prefer rotation order. That seems fine. Okay. So which one are we looking at here? You're not showing it to me. Why are you not modifying yet? Right. Head bone is head, neck bone is neck. Alright. I want to say this is fine. It's annoying that it's not changing. I would like to see it update in real time, but maybe it's not a huge problem. Okay, because it's on the FK? No. Okay, there it is. For some reason, the location is not changing. Would really like it to change. Alright, let's go back at the shoulders. And then the hand. Where's the hand? Oh, right, it's not hand, it's arm. Okay, so if I grab... Before we really get any farther with this, let's go back here. Wait, where did my... There you go. Leg? Yes, leg. And then foot is gonna go right here, and that gives us... Did it give us all those controls? Oh, right, because I need to hook it up. Why is that red? Let's set your parent to body offset. You're still upset about something. Why are you upset? Could you give me an error? Action root spine hierarchy could not be added. Is parent valid? Root spine, shoulder, arm. I was reading that. Excuse you. Connector foot primary. Rig units get transform execute item connector foot primary is not valid. Okay, so that almost seems to work. Except that we don't have our knee control anymore. What does this do, actually? Yeah, see. Oh, wait. We do. You are 16 different kinds of fucked. AK foot L. That right? That doesn't feel right. Could you show me the rig hierarchy? Foot L. See, I feel like it should just be foot L, not IK foot L. Yeah, that looks better. I mean, I still don't like how far off it is, but the performance is more like what we would expect, right? Weird that... Oh! Oh, because I have both of them selected. That explains why it's moving like that. Okay, cool. So, I'm not going to bother making the entire rig just yet because I want to see what this is going to do. Okay, so that's not controlling anything at the moment. That's not controlling anything. This controls the roll of the foot like that, okay? And this controls that function. So now, if I grab this, and I roll that, and I grab this, and I roll that. Okay, so we're still kind of getting the same thing that was happening before, that I'm not a big fan of. It feels like these two... Actually, no. No, they're agreeing with each other much better. They're kind of working in tandem a lot better. Right? Like I can grab this one to sort of roll the heel and the ankle up, and I can grab this one. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It seemed like it was behaving better, but now it's kind of back to doing the same thing it was before. You can see now this is rolling it around that. And then this is rolling around the center of the box. I was really hoping we would just be able to make a basic fucking walk cycle tonight. It doesn't even need to be clean, it just, like, getting it to move from point to point would have been a huge accomplishment. But I feel like right now we're just struggling to understand even how to get the behavior to do what we want, right? Like, these seem to be doing very similar things, but not exactly the same. So that's the back control, that's the roll control. Heal, tip, ball IK. But moving it doesn't do anything. Well, right now you're not doing anything at all. If I go back to this one. Let go. Why are you? Shut up. Okay, so I can grab that and move it, but I shouldn't. So that's just for controlling the toe. Fine. I guess the thing that's so strange to me about this, well, there's a lot that's strange to me about this. I don't get why all of these are showing up at the same time. I don't feel like they should be. Right? Like, I feel like we have multiple controls that are doing effectively the same thing. See, this one controls the toe with it. And this one should control... Don't do that. This one should control the roll of the heel. Yes, but not the toe. Little bit in the toe. Let's see if I grab that. And then I grab this. It puts the foot back down. But if I grab this... I arch it up like that, and then I grab you. Then see, it brings it down, but now it's balancing on top of the... And I can't move any of these. Use preferred rotation order. I'm curious what that even does, if it does anything. Yeah, so see, that's doing that still. So if we go back here, Alt FK. Yeah, so use preferred rotation order. It's still not... Try to check it on for both of them. Because I admit, without... Yeah, see, it's still doing this. And then if I grab you, rotate you down like that. See, it's still rotating about a point. Okay, so I think the rotation order is pertaining to this and not like what order it looks at the joints or anything, which is like fine. Alright, whatever. Let's see. Filter channels, display name. Is proxy, driven controls, shape visibility, foot BK settings, foot roll settings, heel IK settings, tip settings. That. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? See, I'm watching these move. And I'm confused. Also, the foot just won't plant anymore because that was rotating. And then this should just move the entire block of it. Okay, let's just try doing this. So let's say I want to move the foot back here. I'm gonna rotate the ankle that way. And then grab this. Grab you. Use that to rotate the foot, or rotate the toe. And then let's raise this up. Start plant that on the ground properly. And take some of the hyperextension out of the knee. I'm gonna set this to global so I can just move this back a little bit farther, maybe like that much. If I grab you and rotate you like so, what does that do? It kind of rolls the foot that way. I'm guessing same thing for this. But that doesn't do anything. See, I'm kind of wondering how much I really want to use these other controls at all. Because it seems like they're just making things more complicated like there's some really cool stuff that we can do, right? With like the flexing of the foot there. But it feels so limited. Or not limited, but it feels like we just risk blowing stuff up. And just having a bunch of controls that are sort of fighting each other. Rather than sort of working together to make a smoother animation overall. Now here's an interesting question. If this can't move, how am I supposed to like shift the hips up and down? Mid IK control. And it seems like it can. Seems like it should be able to move. Oh no, it's checked on. And I can't check it off. See, I wonder if this is part of what might be causing it. Let's see. Module settings, override color, left, right, center, spine control shape. This is the hips control, right? Oh no, that's the body control. Where's hips control? That's not a thing. Okay, so let's go back to body control. Limits. So let's uncheck that. There we go. Up, up, up. Oh, it's cute. Now I'm wondering if all of our animation scaling issues were because we tried to impose limits on the movements of some of the things. And the... I bet the limiters were messing up the animations. Alright, well let's leave the scale limiters on, because I don't think we want that. Okay. I think we're gonna try one more thing. And if we can get that to work, then Pog. We'll take that win and call it a night. I don't think this is it, but maybe. Let's just reset these things, right? We're just gonna reset all these settings. Shape settings is fine. That's not an issue. FK has no limits set on it. IK control offset. Sure, fine. What? Shape. Okay, and then we're gonna go back to this leg and we're gonna make sure that all the IK limiter values are turned off. Alright, and then let's go to the shoulder. I don't think I set any limiters on here, but that might be clavicle control settings, initial space, limits, looks good, okay. Arm. Okay, let's compile and save. Let's check the neck really quickly and see if I put anything on there. Well, shape. Neck FK does have limits on it. Head FK is not. Okay. Shoulder. Doesn't look like it. Arm. Alright, that seems fine. Alright, let's compile and save that. And just for the sake of argument, I'll go back to animations. Where'd it go? Oh, where did I just made a place for them. Well, now I feel really stupid. Or do I still have it in here? No, that would be too easy. Where did I put it? Audio, blueprints, character. I swear it should be in here. Yeah, there you are. Okay. I'm getting tired. I think we're getting to a point where we need to wrap things up. Take to control rig. Okay, well that looks better. It definitely looks better. Check the feet. That's often been an awkward spot where things really break down. No, that looks good. Okay, so where things still look weird is the head and the shoulders are doing a weird like bobbing thing. I don't know if... Actually, I think the head's pretty okay. I think it's mostly in the shoulders. So something is still unhappy in here. Dance moves, bro. Dance off for the forest. You can tell the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's way. No time to talk. And you say loud, and be the road to be kicked around since I was born. Okay, so somewhere in here we still have something that's not working the way that it should be. Oops, above us, even IK controls the limits. Oh. Oh. Reset the spine on the body control. Reset the spine. Mind control. Hips looks good. Chest looks good. Compile. Save it. Okay. Clear that. Make it active. Take to a control rig. Okay, still not quite. So we're still looking for something that's not working as intended. Root control settings, no limits there. Globals, no. Offset, no. Spine names, yeah, that seems fine. Let's see. Did IK limits on that? Shoulder. Okay. So if we go through here, yeah, so the spine seems to be okay. It seems like the clavicles are rolling in a weird way. I'm not sure what else would be. Well, go here. We're gonna go developer. We're gonna show them bones. We'll see what the bones are doing. You see, it seems like the clavicles are shifting up and down. Fine. Arms, chest, calf, clavicle. Well, the clavicles aren't really... Yeah, they're not doing anything. Okay, so I don't think it's the clavicles. I think that's a red herring. Neck? We already checked the neck. I don't think it's anything in there. I feel like it's something in the spine that's pushing it around. Here, let's try something really quick. If I go in, I just grab you. Okay, so that pulls that along. See, I can grab these. But they're not moving. If I grab you, are you moving? Minutely. I don't think it's that. That's not moving. It really looks like the clavicles are trying to do something, like they're rolling out of position. That's the only joint. Well, hang on. Yeah, the spine seems to be fine. I don't think the spine is like stretching. Yeah, it really looks like the clavicles, something's causing them to roll. Even though they're not moving. Let's see. See, what's annoying about this is, so we almost, like, I feel like we have enough of an understanding of the level sequence that if we could clean up a lot of these bugs, we can actually start getting somewhere, right? Which would be nice. But now the trick is... Oh, interesting. That's how we get our boxes there. I don't think I actually want this to be a thing, but... Yeah, it's definitely in the shoulders. It's definitely the shoulders and the collar that are bouncing, right? Like, everything else is maintaining a good stride. And then those are just like popping constantly. Okay. I'm gonna try one more thing and then we need to call it a night. Okay. Why though? Excellent question. Okay, so the shoulder. Clavicle control saying the shape is a circle. Enable translation. Proxy. We don't want it to be a proxy. The shape should be a circle. The limitations. Check one more thing in here. Okay, so that's the clavicle left control. Yeah, see, it wouldn't affect anything to limit its ranges because it's not doing anything at the moment. So the question then becomes, should it be doing something? Is the problem, in fact, that it is not doing something? One more thing. If we go back up to the global control, we can set the neck, IK, legs, switch those to FK. Just clear all of these out and set them as we have it right now. I don't think it's an IK-FK situation. Foot and clavicle. want you to go through the animation like... Actually, no, that is... Yeah. Like, you see how the clavicle is not shifting relative to the spine? In this animation. Like, that's maintaining a very... Not, like, it's not level, but it is relatively stationary. And then we go back here and watch what the bones do. How they like roll up and down like that. Okay, so what would be causing that? Turn control, body offset, body offset. Elbow is the lower arm, upper arm, hand. I mean, all of this seems... I'm gonna try something really dumb and this might break everything. What if we change this to the clavicle? I don't think this is correct. Okay, so we just changed clavicle R. Yeah, see, I don't... This is not correct. This is like overly utilizing the shoulder and collapsing the chest inward. So that's not right. That's not what we want. You know, just as a point of comparison, like, see how much this preserves the shape of the chest? Like, yeah, there's some weird skinning issues in the lats that we might need to go in and clean up, but like, it's not... That's what we want to see. That's better. This is not correct. Okay, so we're gonna change that back to upper arm. Chest bone line. Is that correct? Show me my bones. I know we're going over time, but okay. I'm wondering if maybe that gives us some insight. Okay, so this is on spine 4. What if we change it to spine 5? Compile and save that. Alright. Last thing, and then we're gonna kick it back out one more time and see if that changes anything, and then we're gonna call it a night. Alright, so you got the basic walk animation that is not baked to the rig. And we're gonna right click, and we're gonna bake to control rig, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna hit OK. Yeah, it's still doing it. It's not moving them though, which is good, arguably. Yeah, see, the shoulders are moving independently of this control. Like, it's not bobbing up and down, so that's not the source of the trouble. Line 4 control isn't doing it. So, I don't know where that one is coming from. I don't know where that's coming from. So that's the bad news, is we still have a few bugs left to sort out with this rig. The weird behavior of the feet, with there just being so many controls and they seem to fight each other, continues to be a real thorn in my butt. And might just be a thing that as we go forward, we need to be careful about, right? Yeah, we're getting some weird mannerisms in the feet still. That right one in particular is not flexing the right way. So we'll need to go in and clean that up. The good news is that we figured out a lot of why this is not working the way that we expected it to, right? We did finally start dialing in some of the problems. So that's good. That is definitely a win, right? Because that has been a hamstring on the project for literally months. It's nice to finally make some headway with that. But we're gonna have to pick this up again next week. I might, if I can squeeze a little time in, I might poke and prod it a bit more and see if we can't figure out something about it. Maybe. Sorry, I'm talking, but I'm also trying to diagnose. I was messing with the rotation order before on the foot because I thought that might be changing the priorities, and it's not. What control is that? Yeah, foot R. Okay, well, I'm not on the right foot anyway. Yeah, nothing is in here as far as I can tell. Draw limit, shape, proxy, BK. Yeah, I feel like I would need to really go in and just like try and watch it point by point and understand which of these joints is misbehaving, you know? Part of the problem is it could be a few of them in conjunction. But I'm gonna stop touching it for tonight. Let's leave it alone. We'll figure it out. So yeah. Not quite the wins that I was hoping for. It's okay. I don't fully understand it either. I'll probably keep poking it a little bit more after the stream just to see if I can at least get like the foot to land properly. Sort of figure out what setting is still off calibration there. But we did get it to a point where the rig will actually accept the animations and copy them over pretty cleanly. We still have some things to figure out. And we've got a few, I think, bugs left to squash and just general, I think, do's and don'ts in terms of like when to use the controls and how. right? It might be one of those things that like 90% of the time we only use 2 of the controls on the feet. And then there'll be just a few instances where it's like, okay, you know, now bring these other controls in. It might, now that I think about it, might even sort of be the case. It's like, I, as the user, don't directly use these controls. These are more things for like, you know, if I want Jordan's foot to sort of change its angle as it comes into collision with objects on the ground, right? Or as she sort of climbs over a ledge, it sort of rolls the foot. So that might be more of a procedural thing than a control that I directly influence. Maybe. I don't know. I'm talking out my butt. I'm tired. It's way past when we were supposed to end the stream, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad. Hope you guys have a great start to your weekend. I'll see you next time. And we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. Where's my notes? There you are.